station are you taking?
I'm not sure. Do you want to go down front?
I want to stand here.
You want to stand here? So we're keeping
Did
people.
nobody bring their purse with me?
Good
There is a
morning.
place where we can put them.
Okay.
There's a place.
Okay.
And actually, she can show you in the lab.
Okay.
And they said that that room is going to be locked. So
Oh, it won't be here. Okay.
I don't know. I no,
What station? I was gonna think. What station we gonna go to?
otherwise.
Because what station we at, and just put it right in front of it. No, I'm right here.
No, I'm just saying I can't.
Give me that choice.
Sure.
scent of you takes my blue with every breath I breathe. You're not a part, you're all my heart, love, you're all I need. When we're together, I feel forever may not quench my thirst. It hurts. Give birth to me. I'm calling you. So come to me. The sun is not enough to give a living light as a token of my love, because our life is why I'm free. I'm calling you. Come to me. The sun is not enough to give a living light as a token of my love, because our life is why I'm free. I'm calling you. Come close to me. I'm calling you, calling you, calling you, woo, woo, woo. So come to me. Just look inside my eyes and you will see. Just look inside my eyes and you will see. You will see. Your love is why I'm free. So come close to me. Your love is why I'm free. So come close to me. Your love is why I'm free. Your love, your love. So come close to me. Your love, your love. Your love is why I'm free. Your love, your love. So come close to me. Your love, your love. Love is why I'm free. Your love. So come close to me. Your love, love is why I'm free. Your love. So come close to me. Your love, love is why I'm free. Your love, so come close to me. Your love.
A long way from home.
And when I look back and I wonder how we got along.
Amazing grace, save me now.
Come to the door. We've forgotten the beauty of the past and the stolen dreams that we can't keep.
Shining
we hold hands together without the chains that bind us to keep us down. And as we walk and break bread together, and so thankful that we made it through another storm. We're even stronger than before. Even stronger, stronger than before. Strong enough to break down all the doors and break down all the barriers and walk right through, walk into the light. So full of pride, so much joy in our hearts, so much to go around. Yeah. Well, my son, grace. Amazing grace.
say goodbye to what we had. The good times that made us laugh outweigh the bad. I thought we'd get to see forever, but forever has flown away. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. I don't know where this road is gonna lead to. All I know is where we've been and what we've been through. If it gets me to tomorrow, I hope it's worth all the pain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And I'll take with me the memories to be my sunshine after the rain.
Kerayama, uma kerayama hanafo. Pirita kejugu yabadi, kisi kesuyani bala. E pirita kejugu yabadi mobalu, didogo moodulai, didogo alabala. Kerayama, nafo. Pirita kejugu yabadi. Kisi kesunyali bala, ibirita kebuya fobadi mbadeno, idogo modula itidogo alabala. Nafo, kora fola lu kora fo jamana denye, jamana ke wale fe. Nafo, bala fola lu bala fo manika denye. Jamana ke wole fe na fo Kirina tidu njaro fo fidela kaye misigana wole fe na fo
find me an angel to fly away with me. Gotta find me an angel who will set me free. My heart's without a hope. I don't wanna be alone. I gotta find me an angel. takes my blue with every breath I breathe. You're not a part, you're all my heart, love, you're all I need. When we're together, I feel forever may not quench my thirst, it hurts. Give birth to me. I'm calling you, so come to me. The sun is not enough to give a living light as a token of my love, because our life is why I'm free. I'm calling you. Come to me. The sun is not enough to give a living light as a token of my love, because our life is why I'm free. I'm calling you. Come close to me. I'm calling you, calling you, calling you, woo, woo, woo. So come to me. Just look inside my eyes and you will see. Just look inside my eyes and you will see. You will see. Your love is why I'm free. So come close to me. Your love is why I'm free. So come close to me. Love is why I'm free. Your love, your love. So come close to me. Your love, your love. Love is why I'm free. Your love, your love. So come close to me. Your love, your love. Love is why I'm free. Your love. So come close to me. Your love, love. Love is why I'm free. Your love. So come close to me. Your love, love. Love is why I'm free. Your love, love. So come close to me. Your
A long way from home. And when I look back and I wonder how we got along.
Amazing grace, save me now.
Come to the we've forgotten the beauty of the past and the stolen dreams that we can't keep. together without the chains that bind us, keep us down. And as we walk and break bread together, and so thankful that we made it through another storm. Sisters, lovers of mine, brothers, sisters, lovers of mine. We're even stronger than before, even stronger, stronger than before. Strong enough to break down all the doors and break down all the barriers and walk right through, walk into the light. So full of pride, so much joy in our hearts, so much to go around. Well, my sunrise.
Why say good calling? Why come now?
Amazing grace.
Why say good calling? Why come now? Amazing grace. Why say good calling? Why come now?
Sisters, lovers of life. Brothers, lovers of life. Was I do gladly? Why echo now?
How do I say goodbye to what we had? The good times that made us laugh outweigh the bad. I thought we'd get to see forever, but forever has flown away. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. I don't know where this road is gonna lead to. All I know is where we've been and what we've been
so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
And I'll take with me the memories to be my sunshine after the rain.
Keraya yama, uma keraya yama hanafo. Pirita ke jugu yabadi, kisi ke sunyadi bala. E pirita ke jugu yabadi mobalu, didogo mo odulai didogo alabala. Keraya yama, nafo. Pirita ke jugu yabadi. Kisi ke sunyali bala, ibirita ke buya fo badim badeno, idogum odula itidogum alabala. Nafo, kora fo lalu, kora fo jamana denye, jamana ke wale fe. Nafo, bala fo lalu, bala fo manika denye. Jamana ke wole fe na fo Kirinanti du njaro fo fidela kaye misigana wole fe na fo
fly away with me. Gotta find me an angel who will set me free. My heart's without a home. I don't wanna be alone. I gotta find me an angel.
Testing, testing. Good morning, everyone. If I may have your attention, we are just a few minutes away from the startup time, 10:30. At this time, we're going to ask if everyone would please make their way to a seat. The family has asked that we begin on time. You will have a chance to meet with the family at the repast that will take place after the internment. So at this time, we're going to ask if everybody would please take a moment and have a seat. We would greatly appreciate it. Once again, if I may have everybody's attention, we're going to ask if you would please make your way to your seat. We will begin this service in just a few moments. The family will certainly be able to accommodate your words and well wishes later. At this time, I'd like to make a few announcements for your consideration. If I may have your attention. I'd like to make a few announcements for your consideration, please. Thank you so much. As we prepare to begin the homegoing service for Chief Logan, we want you to be comfortable in knowing that there is water that is available outside of the auditorium, as well as bathroom facilities on either side. So please feel free to rise and to take advantage of those when needed. We also want to share, if I may have your attention, thank you so much. I'm going to ask for quiet at this time, please. Would everybody please be quiet? Thank you. At the back of your program, you will find the Logan family offering thanks for all of your love and support. There is also a QR code. Memorial donations are appreciated, and contributions can be sent to various places when you put a copy of that QR code on your phone. Thank you for that as well. We also want to share with you that we are grateful for the presence of so many who are present and with us today. We are grateful for those who will be on the program. We anticipate and estimate that the service will be a little longer than usual, so please take that under consideration and advisement. There are a few errors in the program. We want you to be aware of that. And first of all, we want to share that Pastor Monte Dillard of the First Church of God is not available this morning. He sends his deepest apologies to the family and to the community, but he is not able to attend because he is at another function. We also want to share with you that we are delighted and appreciative of Evanston Township High School for their consideration and for their thoughts in allowing this homegoing service for our beloved Chief Bill Logan to take place here. At this time, we are going to begin with a musical prelude, followed by a libation by Dr. Gilo Kwesi Logan, the drum call from Soul Creations. After that, we will come back with further information. Thank you for your time and consideration. Just before we begin the musical prelude, I believe that the color guard has been asked to perform taps at this time, and they will come and retrieve the flag and present it to the family. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to this celebration of life of a great man, Bill Logan Jr. My name is Billy Logan, Bill Logan Jr., Marshall Logan, also known as Sissy's firstborn. Along with my sister, Cheryl Logan, and my brother, Gilo Logan, Dad and I would drive many times to the south side of Chicago to take care of some of his businesses. As we were driving and talking with the car radio on, there's a song that seemed to always come on. When Dad and I would sit in his living room and talk for hours with the radio on in the background, that same song would come on often. I could tell when Dad really liked the song because he would quietly hum along or whistle to the music or snap his fingers along with the beat. He might even sing along to a song he really loved. Dad and I really loved this one song that seemed to come on whenever we were together. Dad loved jazz. We're going to take a moment and play this song, not only because Dad and I really love this song, but because this song will always remind me of Dad. Because for me, this music really captures Dad's cool, calm, collected, and classy spirit, his energy, his groove. I can feel Dad's soul in this song. The name of this song is called Now Till Forever by Kurt Whalum.
Test. So we would like to pour libations. This is a brief ceremony in honor of our Father. So we're going to ask your participation. We'd like to pour libations to the Almighty Creator by whatever name you know that to be. That's Jesus, Buddha, Allah, God, Krishna, Ra, Raman, Jah, Jehovah, Rastafari, Quetzalcoatl, whatever name you know that energy to be. If I missed the name, please call it out. We would like to pour libations to the Most High, and please say Ashe. Next, we pour libations to our ancestors. No matter who we are, no matter where we come from, we all come from someone who preceded us. We want to honor them and recognize them, for through them, we are all connected as one human family. I would like to ask for you all to call out the names of your ancestors from your family, from your culture, from your country. Please call out their names. Call out their names. Don't be ashamed. Call out their names. To those ancestors, we give thanks by pouring and saying, Ashe. Next, we pour libations to all the great men and women in Evanston, from Evanston, of Evanston, who live in Evanston, who work, play in Evanston. To all those who have helped to make this community, this village, all that it is and all that it will become. To all those great names, both living and those who have passed, please, much louder, call out their names. Call out their name. This is a great town, you all. There's a lot of pride in here. I'm not hearing it. Let's hear. Call out their names. To all those great humans, we give thanks by pouring libations and saying, Ashe. Next, we pour libations for our father, William Bill Logan Jr., otherwise known as Dad. We pour libations for you, Pops. Everyone say Ashe. And last but not least, we pour libations to all the young ones, to the future ones, to the next generation, to those who are born and yet to be born. For we are here paving the way for them, just as those who were here before us have paved the way for us to be here today. To those future souls, we pour libations and say, Ashe. And by saying Ashe, that's an affirmation. That's a hallelujah, that's a that's right, that's an amen, or anything to that effect. Thank you all.
Awesome. Now, I can only say that in the absence of Pastor Dillard offering a welcome, that if you don't feel welcomed after hearing Kurt Whalum and the libation ceremony of our own G-Lo, there is nothing I can say that will make you feel welcome. You are welcome to this place on behalf of the Logan family and all who loved and cared so deeply for Chief Logan. We ask and pray that you would sit back and that you would enjoy this amazing program. Next up, we have Pastor Deborah Scott of Ebenezer African Methodist Episcopal Church, the oldest African American church in the city of Evanston, founded in October of 1882, just 2 weeks before Second Baptist. Amen.
You know how siblings can be. Never want to be the oldest, but yet we are. It is good to be here in this place with you all. May we just center in and think about the goodness of the Lord, and we just bow our heads. Gracious and loving God, we come once again just to say thank you that you are here in the midst of us. We thank you that you're the kind of God that walks with us and talks with us all along the way. We thank you that we can look to you for strength and for comfort and for your peace, even in times such as this. We thank you, dear Lord, for loving us. We thank you for loving your Son, Brother Logan. We thank you that you are even yet living, moving and breathing upon this assembled gathering of friends and family. We thank you for your presence here. We thank you for those that know you to be a good and loving Creator God. We thank you for the life of Brother Logan. We thank you that his life crisscrossed with ours. We thank you that we each have a piece of him living on within us, and we thank you for that. We thank you for his life. We ask now that you would just continue to bless and touch and breathe afresh upon his family. Grant them strength and guidance during this time. We ask, oh God, that you will continue to comfort this community as we too have suffered a loss. But we thank you for being loving and good and kind, faithful and trustworthy. We thank you for your presence here on today. And may we continue to feel your presence through the days ahead. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
The late gospel singer Rance Allen wrote and performed a beautiful song about 50 years ago called "You Make Me Want to Dance." And I believe he certainly must have heard the rhythmic intonations of the ancestors when he penned those words. We are grateful now for several tributes that are going to be given on behalf of different organizations that Chief Logan was involved with down through the years. The first organizations are those that he was employed with, and we are going to hear from the Evanston Police Department's own Chief Shanita Stewart, followed by Evanston Township High School, Miriam Castleberry and Shirley Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chief Shanita Stewart of the Evanston Police Department. As a fourth-generation Evanstonian from the Stewart family, William H. Stewart's legacy, it is an honor to be selected by the Logan family to speak of the impact Chief Logan has had, not only on law enforcement, but the Evanston community. We are all gathered today to honor and remember a remarkable leader. The first African-American chief of police for the Evanston Police Department. Chief William H. Logan Jr.'s appointment was not only a historic moment for our community, but also a significant step towards greater inclusiveness and representation within law enforcement. His dedication to service and justice set a standard that continues to inspire us all. His legacy is a testament to the power of perseverance, vision, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of fairness and equality. He understood that trust and cooperation between law enforcement and the community are vital for effective policing and public safety. Through numerous initiatives and outreach programs, he fostered a sense of mutual respect and understanding, bridging gaps and building stronger or more resilient neighborhoods. His work laid a solid foundation upon which we continue to build, ensuring that the voices of all community members are heard and valued. His influence extended beyond the police department, touching the lives of countless individuals in our community who saw him as a beacon of hope and progress, me being one of those individuals. His visionary approach and tireless efforts have left a mark on Evanston, shaping a future where law enforcement and community work hand in hand. Let us carry forward his mission, upholding the values he championed and striving to make our community safer and more inclusive. Chief Logan's spirit will forever be a guiding light, reminding us the importance of unity, respect, and dedication to the greater good. As William H. Stewart's granddaughter, I am humbled and honored to sit forth the Logan family today and offer my condolences. Special thank you to City Manager Lusso for allowing me to spare no offense to honor this hero.
Are Miriam and Shirley present? If so, we invite you to come forward at this time. If not, we will continue, but let me give kudos to Chief Stewart for not only offering powerful words, but through her tears and through an ovation that lasted 30 seconds, she only spoke for 3 minutes. Amen. That is a tough act to follow, but we are going to do the best we can. Moving on, we have Evanston tributes from local organizations that were founded by Chief Logan. The Fellowship of African American Men, Willie Miller, the former president, and then followed by Chessman Club of the North Shore Incorporated and the Honorable Peter Braithwaite. Come in that order.
That time limit puts a little pressure on you when you're talking about a man like Bill Logan, so I'll do my best to stay in it. My name is Willie Miller. My 40-year affiliation with William Bill Logan, Jr., or forever, Chief, began when I joined the Youth Basketball League FAM, the Fellowship of Afro-American Men, as an assistant coach to Bob Reese of the Sonics. A little historical background. Chief was the last surviving founding member of FAM. FAM was started in 1968. At that time, there were few opportunities for young African American students to participate in an organized sport in an educational setting. The FAM founders set out to change that, starting a program that would not only give young people a place to play, but also teach them the larger values and lessons that would help them to become successful in all areas of life. The men who formed FAM were motivated by a sense of pulling together, community service, and self-help. Chief embodied that spirit. His entire life, he embodied that spirit. Chief coached, advised, mentored, and used his considerable talents in FAM and elsewhere, as you will hear today, until his death, impacting the lives of hundreds, no, thousands of young people in the Evanston community. Chief wasn't a boastful person and seldom tooted his own horn. But every now and then, while keeping the scorebook at FAM games, he would slip in that he led the aforementioned Sonics, one of the original founding 4 teams in FAM, to the FAM championship long before Bob Reese. He also had a little something for me, too. With a twinkle in his eye, I think you all know that twinkle when you saw it, he once told me that ETHS superintendent, Dr. Alan Austin, had given him the school's version of the Maxwell Trophy. The trophy listed the names of the varsity football MVPs from the late 1970s and earlier. Of course, his name was on the trophy. You know what? But my name was on the trophy, too. And he smiled as he told me with that twinkle in his eye that he had the trophy. And he handed me this really bad picture that he took of my name that you can barely make out. Thanks, Chief. You know, he did like to talk about the time he served as Dr. Martin Luther King's security detail. And if I heard that story once, I heard it 1,000,000 times. But watching him tell it, I could listen to him 1,000,000 times more. What pride, what joy. Often understated, but never overlooked, He was a central figure in our community, a trailblazer, an Evanston first, an inspiration. And to the family, I'd like to say, every man dies, but not every man truly lives. Chief Logan truly lived.
All right. Good morning, saints. I'm going to try that again. Good morning, saints. I am so excited and honored to be here representing our Chessman Club of the North Shore. My name is Peter Braithwaite. I serve as board member for the organization. I want to quickly acknowledge all of our elected officials that are here, our pastors, faith leaders, community. This is truly an amazing gathering to celebrate the life of an amazing man who's had a tremendous impact not only on our community, but I'd also say for myself. I first met Mr. Logan in 2002, where I was recognized as one of the community leaders for the Chessman Club of the North Shore. Quickly after joining and meeting him, quickly after I met him, I was moved to join the organization and served for the last several years. If there are any members of our Chessman Club that are here, any scholarship recipients, if you could just wave your hand, I want to acknowledge your presence. I'll tell you one of the most valuable things that Mr. Logan not only taught me, but he modeled this, strong black leadership. He stood up straight and he represented us well. And when we look at all these organizations that are here still in existence, the number one thing that the man taught me was to surround yourself with strong leadership. It was through that the Chessman Club, ECDC, FAM, and many others are still here today. Our Chessman Club, I'm proud to share with you, just recently celebrated 66 years. We've grown as a volunteer group of all black men. Through his leadership and value in education, I'm proud to share that we raise probably about $100,000 each year. Of that, over $50,000 is invested in our community scholarships. Please give that applaud. He valued our seniors, and we spend about $25,000 or more partnering with other agencies to feed our most vulnerable families. Thank you, Mr. Logan and the family for that as well. And then we spend about $10,000 to $15,000 in social programs. My favorite memory, Mr. Miller, you told it, so I can't repeat this. I won't waste too much time with it, but he did tell that story about meeting Dr. King quite a bit. And for the past 20 years, if you ever want me to repeat it, I'm here to share that. But what I've walked away with, that, and it's one of the pillars of our organization, is he valued education. And through education, that was what he instilled in many of us to move forward as a community. The last thing I want to share is he was very instrumental in my appointment to become an alderman for the 2nd Ward, following the recommendation of Brother Lionel. He served as a reference, and one of the last things that I was able to do while in office was to work with the family to celebrate a street naming. You can still see that. I think that that's one of the highest honors that as a city council that we can do to celebrate someone's life, because we don't give it to someone after death, it's while they're living. And his name is there for us to see on the, what 100 block of McDaniel? 1000 block of McDaniel. Mr. Logan leaves a strong legacy that we can all be proud of. So many students of our organization over the last 6 or 7 years, I've heard from them. The doors that he and Marcia have opened through their advocacy will just continue to go on. In closing, to my brother G-Lo, the family, and many friends, I say cheers to a life well lived. We should all be so lucky to live a life like him. God bless you. Thank you.
Truth is I'm tired, options are few. I'm trying to pray, but where are you? I'm all churched out, hurt and abused. I can't fake what's left to do. Truth is I'm weak, no strength to fly, no tears to cry, even if I tried. But still my soul refuses to die. One touch will change my life. I don't have, my heart is torn. It's my offering. Lay me at the cross and leave me there on the gaze upon. Sing to you this song. Take me to the King. Truth is, it's time to stop playing these games. We need a word for the people's pain. So Lord, speak right now. Let it fall like rain. Oh yeah, we're desperate. We're chasing after you. Oh, no rules, no religion. I made my decision to run to you, the healer that I need. I don't have much to bring. My heart is whole. It's my offering. Lay me at the cross. Leave me there alone. I want to gaze upon the glory.
even at ETHS, it is appropriate to say, let the church say amen. We thank God for this music ministry, and as fine a rendition of Take Me to the King as I have ever heard before. We're grateful. And my Lord, Pastor Scott, and I think I saw Rabbi London, that'll make a preacher want to preach. How grateful we are. At this time, we are going to move on to Evanston Township tributes regarding organizations that have been served. We're going to start with the Rotary Club of Evanston and Dr. Paul Fischel, followed by the NAACP Evanston chapter. I want you to know that Jerry Sizemore, her name is down, and president is after her name, and she wanted me to share with you all that that is a mistake, that I serve as president of the branch, and I wanted to let her know I've been president of 3 branches of NAACPs around the country. This is the 3rd. And older black women have always been the president and run branches. So I have no problem with her taking on that role today. And then at the end of this section, we will have the Veterans of Foreign Wars and Commander Brian Beatty speaking on their behalf. Would you come at this time? Paul?
Good morning. I'm Paul Fischel from the Evanston Rotary Club. I was president about 12 years ago, and Bill joined our club in 1984, 40 years as a member of our club. Nobody in the club right now has ever been in the club that long. And I was trying to think of how to very briefly describe what does Rotary do and what did Bill Logan mean to us, and I came up with a real simple answer. I wanted to share a couple things about what Rotary believes in, and as I share this, you'll think Bill Logan. Our motto, service above self. Could 3 words describe anything but Bill Logan any better than that? Service above self. That was Bill through everything he did. We also have a 4-way test, everything you're supposed to ask yourself before you say or do anything. Is it the truth? That was Bill. Is it fair to all concerned? That was Bill. Will it build goodwill and better friendships? That was absolutely Bill. And will it be beneficial to all concerned? That was Bill Logan. Our club was very, very proud to have him as a member. One of the traditions, and I guess this won't be a surprise, ever around the mid-January near Dr. King's birthday, we'd give him a microphone and a lectern, and he'd get to share the stories about being with Dr. King, and we all looked forward to it tremendously. And it was a regular part of our tradition for most of the last 40 years, and it was living history. And we were very, very fortunate to have him as a club member. He did a lot of work for us, whether we were serving pizzas at Pizza Fest in the old Evanston parking garage during the garage sale, or Pizza Fest at Giordano's, or Rebuilding Together, where we helped put a house back together. Bill was always there. I want to thank the Logan family for letting the Rotary Club remember Bill. We're so proud of him. 2 years ago, we instituted an award in his name, the William H. Logan Legacy of Service Award. The first recipient was Bill. And it's our way of remembering him and hoping that Rotarians for years to come will be able to remember him too. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you, President, Reverend Dr. Michael C. Arnay. Thank you for your leadership. Okay. First, I was going to inform everyone that I am not president of the NAACP branch, but I am second vice president and membership chair. So I will be giving my personal reflections about Chief Logan and his involvement with the NAACP. I do believe it was in the early 90s when Chief Logan was approached by our then Silver Life Membership Chair, Mrs. Rosetta Gradford. And to quote Mrs. Gradford, "You need to join the NAACP. You know you have that beautiful family because of the NAACP. The sharp clothes you wear, the beautiful car you drive, all because of the NAACP. And don't you ever forget that good job you have is because of the NAACP. When can I get your first payment toward your Silver Life membership?" Mr. Logan reached in his wallet and gave her $50 as the first installment on his Silver Life membership. That was in 1992. Mrs. Gradford had a habit of maintaining all membership records on file cards filed in alphabetical order in a shoebox at her home. And she would call you very early in the morning between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m. to let you know your membership payment was due. She would even offer to drive to your house to pick up your dues. And I am pretty sure that Chief Logan received a call when his second installment was due. And in 1993, at the Freedom Fund banquet, a year later, Chief Logan received his Silver Life membership plaque paid in full. Because perhaps he had received one early morning call and he did not want to experience that again. Okay. And whenever a new police chief was selected to serve at the Evanston Police Department, Mrs. Gradford would say in her own way, "I have to go to the Evanston Police Department and get the new chief membership." She reminded the NAACP that the NAACP was also responsible for getting white people good jobs. Okay. In 2009, Chief Logan accepted the Chessman's Club of the North Shore Community Service Award. He was one of the original founders of the Chessmans, as you all heard. Chief Logan was a regular supporter of the NAACP mission for more than 3 decades. Chief Logan, I would like to ask a favor of you. When you meet Mother Gradford and Mrs. Bridges at the pearly gates, tell her for me, I have not forgotten her commitment to the NAACP. The lessons she taught me on how to sell memberships, I still remember, but it is hard to sell memberships at this time. But I will always try to give it my best shot. I always told you I wanted to be like you, Mother Gradford. And I will continue to sell memberships to the best of my ability. I will even start carrying memberships applications in my purse. But you really did set a high bar. So, and Mrs. Gradford is probably going to tell Mrs. Bridges and Chief Logan, it is because of the NAACP. They are welcome into the pearly gates. Okay, so in closing, I would like to say, Chief Logan, rest in peace. We appreciate all of your contributions and support for the NAACP North Shore branch. You gave of your time, talent, and resources. May you rest in peace. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to divert just a little bit. For those who did not see the news yesterday, the president signed into law a historical site in Springfield, which is the start of the NAACP. So if you didn't know that, look it up. As being a teacher, I must teach first. You saw the young man over there playing that song on his trumpet. As being one who served, I would tell you, if you go to the Library of Congress or anywhere, you would not find the name of that song anywhere. The actual name of that song is called Twilight. It got its name because of another famous Illinoisan, a man by the name of President Abraham Lincoln. When he heard the song, he said, "It taps on the heart." And that's how that song got its new name. For anyone who served our nation, put on the cloth of our nation, is a very special and honorary thing. If you served our nation, please raise your hand. Now I say this one additional thing. For those people walking around with these funny little hats, it means that you went to some place where your nation called you to go. Not everyone who served in the nation, in our nation's military, went to a foreign country and served in its wars. There's a special organization called the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars, which means that every person who served in that organization served in the combat zone. And one of the commanders of the post here in Evanston was William H. Logan, Jr. He served in that position several times. I now serve in that position, and I'm honored to be here to talk about him today. I met Bill after I came to Second Baptist Church in Evanston at a funeral. We started having conversations after I joined the VFW. VFW Post 7186. He and Byron Wilson encouraged me to run for commander of the post, and it was Bill Logan who put my name in for commander. So every time I serve in this position, I try to live up to the endorsement in which he had, or which he believed in my leadership. It was Bill who told them to ask me to be on the safety team after I joined Skokie Valley Baptist Church, a team he served on until the lockdown. He knew that I was on the safety team and security team at Second Baptist, and thought that I would be an honored member of that team, which I served on until I left the church. As positions came, it was Bill who helped me in different things. Now, I must say something because I didn't hear anyone else say this. Bill Logan was a quiet man. But when he spoke, he got your attention. Now, for somebody to be that quiet means that they have such a resolve that whenever he walked into a room, you knew Bill was there. And I can't tell anybody out here who knows, you know when Bill walked into a room, he was there. And when he spoke, he got your attention. For those who did not know, Bill had been the commander of William B. Snell's Post 786 several times, and he served in several positions at our post. He left as the 2013-2018 surgeon of our post. This meant that he would gather up information on the political happenings of things that affected the post. For those who don't know, Bill was greatly connected in the community, so he could bring back that type of information to us. I spoke a couple of years ago at a Memorial Day program about the dash between the dates. Bill had filled up that dash between his dates by joining the Air Force, serving in the Korean War, joining the VFW Post 7186, as a life member, becoming its commander, not only working in the Evanston Police Department, but also becoming the first black chief of police, and organizing the Chessman Club and FAM and others that people don't even talk about. He filled up that dash. I will leave you with this. The United States, the Air Force, the Evanston community, and all of us who benefited from that dash of William H. Logan, Jr. He served well. To my friend, I say, peace be unto your ashes.
I'd like to take just a moment for us to breathe in. I think that Gila wanted us to take a break because of the order of the service, so we want you all to just take a deep breath in and breathe out. If you want to stand and stretch for just a moment, you can do so as well. Roll that head around. Breathe in, breathe in. Amen. There you go. Thank you, thank you. As we take this break, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge so many folks who are here. We have elected officials who are here, and I see Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, who is present. We're going to ask if she would stand and be recognized. We're grateful for your presence. Thank you so much. If we have other national or state or even local officials who are here, would you please stand as well and just wave your hand and be recognized, all of you? Thank you for your presence. Thank you so much. I see you. If we have clergy persons, different churches and synagogues and mosques and other houses of worship, would you please stand so that you can be recognized as well? Thank you so much. And of course, if we did this the right way, everybody is somebody, everybody is important. All of you are dignitaries in your own right, so why don't you stand and give yourselves a round of applause? Everybody is somebody. Thank you for the breather. Thank you. Now at this time, as we prepare to settle ourselves and return to the order of service, we have Evanston tributes that are coming from Voices of the People. We have two dedicated former comrades of Chief Logan, the Honorable Dolores Holmes and the Honorable Lionel Jean Baptiste, will come just after we are able to settle ourselves in a moment. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. First off, thank you so much, Logan family, for allowing me to be a part of this celebration. And I guess probably I may be the only one that will go all the way back. I've known Bill almost all of the 87 years of my life. William Bill Logan, Jr., many things to many people. But to me, he was and will always be Mr. Bill and Miss Rose's son, Diane and Laverne's big brother, Sissy's husband and, well, first boyfriend and then husband, Bill and Cheryl and Gilo's dad, Lonnie and Sheila's uncle, and many, many other things. Over the years, he's been many things to me. Someone said he was a quiet man, and so he was. Soft-spoken, a good listener. The story about Dr. King, you all, you have to understand, we are an era, and we came out of an era that it meant something to be proud and you represented your people. So when he told that story, to show what a connection he had with Dr. King, because he gave him some inspiration to go back for his education. And later we talked about him becoming chief because of all those things. So it had meaning. When I started at Family Focus, and he was chief, we had problems here in Evanston. But he was doing community policing at that time and wasn't known that much, and people didn't know a lot about it. But he established an outpost in the Foster building where we were, in Foster School, where we had gone to school, and assigned Chief Cook, who was just Officer Demetrius Cook then. Didn't know a lot about Evanston, but he sent him to me so we could teach him. I have so many feelings, and I didn't mean to get emotional. I wanted to write something. I couldn't think of what I wanted to write. And as I prayed and asked God just to give me the right words to say today, that would be of comfort to you. And I could only think of all the memories that I have of him quietly speaking. And he would just reach over and say something that would make me smile. We talk about old times, things that had happened in the community, things that he'd helped build. What a legacy he leaves in terms of community and public service, giving you all an example and a model. When you want to do something for your community, you just do it. You just do it. We talk about the Chessman Club and FAM, but there were so many other things that he had his fingers in that people probably don't even know about. And I think about the Chessmans going now and taking food to the senior buildings and things that just came up because he thought it was a good idea, and so they did it. And the same with FAM, the many kids, both boys and girls, that have been touched by an idea that came from him and with others as well. But he was that kind of person. He was that kind of giving and loving and caring person for this community, one that I am so proud to have known on many levels, and so proud of the services that he provided for our community. We are blessed. We are so blessed that we had him in our lives, and we're so thankful that some of you have been able to share that. And we are so proud that he'll have grandkids and great-grandkids to come will always have that and know that William Bill Logan Jr. was a treasure, and we will miss him, but we will always have him in our hearts. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I honor Chief Logan, the Chief's family, the Chief's City of Evanston, the Chief's Black community. In 1970, I graduated from Evanston Township High School, and I was away for a period of time. I came back to live in the city in 1984 with my family. And at the time that I arrived, the chief was in the midst of building another organization. He and others had recruited me into an organization by the name of the Consolidated Committee of Concerned Black Men, CCBM. This was an effort to once again mobilize the community to help youth who were engaged in gang activities, to try to mentor them, to move them forward. The chief had already created other organizations, but he had never really stopped trying to figure out how to change the world. The chief was not one of those people who just sat and observed the world. He was about changing the world. And every step of the way, he used whatever talent he had at his disposal. You know, the chief was an athlete, but it wasn't his athletic prowess that guided what he did and what he contributed to the community. I know that the chief loved music, but it wasn't any kind of musical talent or entertainment talent that led him to contribute to the community. It was his perseverance. And at his street naming ceremony, I reflected on what did this man represent to us. And I could only think of Frederick Douglass, his approach, his demand of us. Chief demanded of himself a lot. And that's how he ended up contributing so much to all of us. And, you know, Frederick Douglass says, if there's no struggle, there can be no progress. Those of us who want change, but we do not want to fight for it, are men and women who want crops without plowing up the grounds. We want the rain without thunder and lightning. We want the ocean without the angry rolls of its many waters. Frederick Douglass concluded that men may get what they want, but they have to pay for it. Chief paid for the things that he did. Those of us who celebrate his achievements, we understand that if he didn't put in the work to make things happen, those things would not have come to fruition. And the thing about it, it's not an extraordinary talent that he had. As I said, he was not a super athlete and a super entertainer, but his examples are within our reach, people. Within our reach. The chief lives in our community. He lived there. He's lived down the block from me. He exemplified the commitment that each of us have at our disposal. We have the energy, we have the talent. You don't have to be a genius to know that if we have problems in our community, we need to engage in that process to bring about some change. So I say, long live the spirit of Chief Logan. Let's be like him. Let's be a one-man majority as he manifested itself all the time. Thank you very much.
Because there's someone else that
let's give it up one more time for our music ministry. We thank God for the Reverend Vernon Clark. We thank God for Second Baptist Church Ministry and members of the community as well. Thankful for them. Just before the family comes to give their tribute, I want to take a moment and recognize the fact that we are in this place because of one person who made the decision to let this happen, and that is Dr. Marcus Campbell, who is the superintendent of District 202. And I want to acknowledge his presence. I believe that he's here. Dr. Campbell, are you here? Somewhere? We thank you for your presence. And if you would like to have a word, you certainly can do that as well before we conclude. Thank you so much. We're going to ask the family now to come forward to offer family tributes.
Thank you. I don't know how we're going to follow this wonderful choir and Reverend Clark. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. First of all, we want to graciously thank each and every one of you for being here to celebrate our father's life, for everything our father was to this community. He was the most amazing, loving, kind father that we could ask for. There are no words to express how much we will miss him. We will love you forever, Dad. Give Mom, the love of your life, hugs and kisses from us. Rest peacefully in heaven where you belong. We love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, choir. Let's give it up for the choir. Be grateful and take me to the King. Dad's favorite. Oh, man. Hello again. My name is Billy Logan. Bill Logan Jr., Marshall Logan's, also known as Sissy's firstborn. Dad and I were really close. He was my best friend. With the close relationship I had with Dad through all the years, there are certain traits that I noticed and experienced with Dad that made Dad who he was from the inside out. Here are some words that describe Dad that I experienced that made Dad who he was from the inside out. Good character, acting with good traits, good values, being honest, respectful, and fair, responsible, caring, and empathetic, able to persevere. That was Dad. Integrity, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. That was Dad. Noble, having or sharing fine personal qualities or high moral principles and ideas. That was Pops. Tough. A tough person is strong and determined and can tolerate difficulty or suffering, doing what needs to be done. That was Dad. A king. Integrity, open-hearted, trustworthy, brave, forgiving, leadership. Pops had great leadership skills and knew how to lead others in a humble way. That was Dad. A chief, the head of a body of persons or an organization. That was Dad. Humble, not thinking of yourself as better than other people. That was Dad. A loving person, to feel or show love or being affectionate, kind, warm, and caring. Some say that love is an action, not just a feeling. That truly loving someone means caring for them in ways they need to be cared for. And guess what? That was Dad. I'm amazed and in awe with all that Dad accomplished in his lifetime. Dad was a son, a brother, an uncle, a cousin, a husband, a father, a friend, and a mentor. While going through all the ranks in the Evanston Police Department, he also took classes, worked part-time, co-founded numerous organizations, coached. And while doing all of this, he didn't seem like he was away from home that often. Talk about time management. As long as I have known Dad, he did everything, and I mean everything in life, with class, with grace, and with a humble spirit. With Dad's spirit and his energy, Dad was never too up or too down. Some things I will always remember about Dad is he disciplined us. Cheryl G-Lo and I, firmly, fairly, and lovingly. Growing up as kids, a lot of times, if we did something wrong, Dad would ask us if we did it, and if we did it, but didn't want to admit it, Dad didn't have to say a word. All he would do is just look at us with that look, and with his strong eyes, and we would break down and tell on ourselves. Dad was about 5'10" back in the day, but he seemed like he was 10 feet tall. Like I mentioned earlier, to me, Dad had strong eyes. Have you ever looked in his eyes? He had strong eyes. When we were kids and into our adult lives, some of our friends would say, your dad seems mean. It wasn't that he was mean. It was that he had the ability to see right through a person. So you had better come correct. Another experience I will always remember, as kids, Dad and Mom would put Cheryl, G-Lo, and myself in their car. They would drive us into Chicago, down to Skid Row, and to underserved communities, to show us, to teach us how blessed we were, and to always be grateful and stay grateful, and to always be humble and stay humble. But for the grace of God, that could be us, that we are no better than anyone else. A lot of people didn't know that Dad had a good sense of humor. He could really tell a good joke. Dad loved sweets, especially lemon meringue pie, chocolate-covered peanuts. Dad used to love to work out. Dad also loved popping a nice big bowl of buttery popcorn and watching sports on television. And also, some of you all remember this, he used to like to watch Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, the Johnny Carson show, or A Good Western. Dad loved to go to the Chicago Bear games. Dad was a very good athlete. I will always remember the time when Dad was working with the Evanston Police Department, and he would walk over to the YMCA on his lunch break, and he would meet me, and he would work out, and he and I would play pickup basketball games together. That's right. Dad and Mom would always have 1 or 2 dogs as pets at the house, mainly German Shepherds. Yeah, you remember that. A lot of times people would refer to our family, and sometimes still do, as the Logan family with the German Shepherds. And no, they were not police dogs. They were regular pets. I think I see a few people in the audience out there who have been chased by 1 or 2 of our dogs. Another thing that's so impressive about Dad is He worked on the Evanston Police Department for 30 years. And after retiring, he worked another, 19, 20 years? Here at Evanston Township High School as the Director of Safety Department. In all these years in law enforcement and security, I never heard one person say a negative thing about Dad. And I never heard Dad say a negative thing about a person. To sum it up, the main things I'm going to always remember about Dad is his service to people, to humanity, to his community, always helping in a loving and humble and classy way. Dad is and was a man of our times. No matter what you're going through, no matter what you're going through, Dad would always say to us, and I'm going to say it to you all, keep on keeping on. Thank you, God, for making Dad, sending him to planet Earth, to us, and to this community. I thank you, Dad, for you being you. Service well done. Job well done. We are all thankful for you. We are proud of you, Pops. And most of all, I feel that God is extremely proud of you. Until the next time we meet again, your son, love and peace always, Billy.
My name is Mia Logan. My father-in-law and I shared an extraordinary bond. I stand before you today largely because of his pivotal role in the Korean War. To appreciate the depth of our connection, it's important to understand a bit about my background. I was born on an Army base, Fort Campbell, Kentucky. My father, an African-American man, hailed from Philly, South Philly, while my mother grew up in Seoul, South Korea. As you may or may not know, North and South Korea are technically still at war, held only in pause by a old 50-year-old plus ceasefire. Not a comprehensive peace treaty that resolves underlying issues or fosters economic ties. When my father-in-law spoke of his time in the Air Force, which prepared him for a secret communications role in the war, I could vividly picture his experiences. I imagine him stationed across South Korea, bravely serving my mother's homeland. I could envision my eldest Korean aunt finding refuge during the war in a clay stove, and even hearing the sounds of conflict, although I have never witnessed war. Dad's stories resonated deeply with me, largely because of my own experiences growing up in Korea. I, too, was intimately familiar with the preparations for potential conflict, having practiced evacuation routes and kept a survival bag and a gas mask ready by the front door. His experiences mirrored my own participation in the U.S. Army Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, where I attended leadership camps across Korea. There I was camouflaged and dressed in my battle dress uniform. I carried a blank M16 rifle and learned to command a company of over 100 cadets. These shared experiences brought his stories even closer to my heart. My father's experiences having faced the challenges of being a black man in America filled him with anger and a protective passion for his family. He shielded me and my younger brother from those stories of pain and trauma he endured, grooming us in his way for resilience. Despite my father grooming me and my brother to enter the armed forces one day, returning to the States was inevitable for me. Unfamiliar with what awaited, I had to navigate the transition alone, undaunted. But living as a Black and Asian woman in America became overwhelming, confusing, and exhausting. After nearly 5 years, I was ready to go. I was ready to go back to Korea because that's my home. But destiny intervened when I met the man who would become my husband. And through him, I gained not just a partner, but an undercover mentor, my father-in-law, the chief. Through Dad's stories, I felt as if I were an exchange student living in a documentary about African American life. I cherished every moment with the chief. Being the youngest in the family, I felt like I was his war baby, helping prepare him for his final transition. When he spoke, I promise you I listened. I asked questions, just like a scholar in training. It was an honor to be with him. I'm so grateful to be here today with the Logan family, because I know my daddy protected me. My motherland, Korea, raised me. But it was the chief who truly prepared me for the rest of the world. Look at God, right? With the city of Evanston as my witness, I promise, Dad, that I understand the mission. It's crystal clear. You have in me a soldier for life to carry on your legacy. And now that I have roots firmly planted in Evanston, where I call my home, I bid you rest in peace, Dad, for you've prepared us well.
A great moment for a great man. There's great joy and great pain, great sunshine and great rain, great trials and tribulations, bewilderment and beauty, sadness and sacredness. So yes, we are celebrating his life, and we mourn his loss, and we will celebrate his legacy. So, if you all couldn't tell already, I cry. I cry lots of tears, and I embrace all of that. It's the sadness and the happiness. So when you all see that, don't mistake in that, because a lot of the love from the community brings tears to our eyes, because you all have just been unbelievable for our family. Never in my life have I seen so many big, strong men cry as I have since my dad passed away. Shed lots of tears with a lot of men, and it's a beautiful thing. You know, I've lived in... I've lived in 23 countries for about a 7-year period, and people often ask me, why in the world did you come back to Evanston? And I'll say two things, basically. One, I realized while I was off in my own, living on this paradise, I felt an incompleteness or a guilt to take all that and live it on my own and not bring it back to my family, my community. So it was because of what my parents, our parents, my father, what I saw in him, that's what I came back for, to do what he did for us. And the second reason is this right here. This is the E-Town Village. I came back home to the village. I should say I came forward to our village. And this is why I'm here, for moments just like this here today. So just like the trust fall, you know how you would stand there on the table and you fall back and people are supposed to catch you? Anybody ever participated in that? Okay, so you know how that is, right? Okay. Well, this, for our family, has truly been like the trust fall. You all, the way that you have embraced us, carried us, held us, that's what's allowing us to keep on keeping on. So we thank you all for that. So there's 4 things I want to share, some acknowledgments and thank yous, a couple of stories, and then to speak on Dad's legacy very briefly. So first, by a show of hands, how many of you all have lost a loved one? Okay, look around, everyone. Look, hands up. Okay, so I just want everyone to know that none of us are alone. And I want my family to know that we're not alone in this, what we're dealing with here today. So we feel you all. We feel your pain, and we're with you, and we pray for you all as well. And also, unlike our dad, many of us don't get the recognition and honor that we deserve. I would imagine that's probably everyone in here. But for you all too, we're thinking of you all. So if I can briefly acknowledge some of the resolutions that we have received, and some of these I just received today, so please forgive me if I miss any. And we're not going to read the resolutions, but we're going to acknowledge who we have received them from. And for this, so I don't mess this one up. So from the Veteran of Foreign Wars, the VFW, from the Evanston branch of the NAACP, from Second Baptist Church, we all thank you for these resolutions. And also from First Church of God, Christian Life Center, we thank you all for the resolutions. Our family, believe it or not, we're going to sit back, sit home, we're going to read those and acknowledge that. So thank you all for that. And along with that, I also want to acknowledge some of the other resolutions that we have received from the City of Evanston, the mayor, the City Council. We thank you all. The Office of the Cook County Commissioner, 13th District, Josina Morita, we thank you all for the resolution. From Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, yes, we thank you for the resolution. And from United States Senator Tammy Duckworth, yes, we thank you for the resolution. Second, some thank yous, some additional thank yous to the House of Thompson, Mr. Gillette and the team. Give it up. They have done more than just the mechanics of taking care of all of this. It's the love They are part of the village, and we appreciate the care in which we have been handled, in addition to our father. Dad had tremendous care providers. Miss Vivine Brown, I don't know if you're here. We want to thank you and acknowledge you. Miss Elsie Fowler, we want to thank you and acknowledge you for caring. Oh, I see you, Miss V. Raise your hand. There you go. Is Miss Elsie here too? Yeah. Right, raise your hand. Thank you. Yes, thank you all. Mr. Abdullaji Falayi, I don't know if he's here. We had brothers taking care of our father as well. That was a beautiful thing. And Samuel Jamfi, we want to thank you all for your care for our father. So many people that you don't see here are behind all of this. Carmen Williams, Zoe Fancy, all the crew at Evanston Township High School, and so many others that you all do not see right now. We just want to thank you all for all that you've done to support our family and to make this such a beautiful occasion. Personally, Carol Youngman, I see you out there. Wendy Yanow, I see you there. Jahan Noli, I don't know if Jahan is here. Mr. Devin Watson, I want to thank you all. They're part of my team or my consulting firm. And a lot of people see my face and my name, but I couldn't do what I do without them. And the way that you all have held it down and lifted up the rim, I thank you all so much for that. You're my colleagues, but you're my friends and you're my family. And to my wife, Mia, because she's also behind the scenes as well for the business. I want to thank Mia and James, brother-in-law and my wife, the way they cared for Dad like he was their own. And as you've heard, he was. So thank you, James, for all the love and the care. Baby, thank you. We want to thank our eldest son, Ulayasi, who's in New Zealand right now. He couldn't be here today physically, but he's here in spirit. And as a fellow traveler, I empathize with the challenges that he's faced with being on the other side of the planet, yet not being here today. So Ulai, I feel you. I want to thank Olu, our second son. This brother has stepped up and he filled my shoes in the house when I'm trying to fill everybody else's shoes. I'm trying to fill Dad's shoes and he's filling my shoes, okay? So thank you for that, Olu. For holding down the fort and for the conversations that we have. That's really helpful. I want to thank our youngest, Salif, here. The relationship that he forged, the relationship that he and Dad forged was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing to behold. To see how he genuinely wanted to care for Dad, how he would, you know, after Dad lost his hair, we used to massage his scalp for his purpose, but also for ours. We enjoyed doing it. And Salif would do that, and Dad loved it. Salif wanted to feed Dad when he could no longer feed himself. And he did it. He would give him water when he could no longer do that for himself. He would wipe his mouth. He would ask to go see him just from his own heart and his own spirit. Salif, thank you, my son. So his birth name, now bear with me, it's Ali Salif Kwaku Cornell Logan. Last year at Dad's honorary street naming, we changed his name. For those of you all who were there, you may have heard. So now, as of last year, his name is Ali Salif Kwaku Cornell Bill Logan. Affectionately known by my brother as Little Chief. If you all see him, say, hey, what's up, little chief? And today is his 8th birthday. So just like the paradox of life itself, this day embraces both the birth, death, and everything in between, that hyphenation, as we said. So he's 8 years old today, and you take that 8 sideways, and that's the infinity sign. And that's what's happening right here, you all, today. That spirit, it's the infinite spirit that we are experiencing today. So as we bury our father soon, it's like planting the seed. And as we plant that seed into the earth, the spirit lives on. So I'm going to ask you all on the count of 3, if you all can just say, happy birthday, little chief. Can we do that on the count of 3 for him? And actually, he reminded us we're celebrating his parties next Saturday, although he was born today. So on the count of 3, if we can say, happy birthday, little chief. 1, 2, 3. Happy
birthday, little chief.
All right, thank you all. And as we bury our father, I also want to acknowledge the Potawatomi people who were here long before any of us were, because they had villages where Evanston Hospital was located, where our father was cared for. As we take the route up Green Bay Road, that was a footpath for the Potawatomi all the way to Green Bay, Wisconsin. We're going to be going on their footpath. We're going to take Green Bay Road, we're going to go west to Willow Road. Willow Road was a footpath for the Potawatomi and other Native American nations. And as we go to Sunset, as we go to Northbrook, and as we bury Dad, when that town was being developed, as they had bulldozers, they were finding so many human remains that they had to stop digging. And those are the grounds that our father is going to be buried in. So I want to acknowledge those brothers and sisters. The City of Evanston, Evanston Police Department, you all have been tremendous. Chief Stewart, thank you all. Thank you so much. May I share a brief story? I'm sorry? May I share a brief story? Okay. If I had time, this is an incredible story, but just very briefly. So the day my father died, someone rung the doorbell, my son answers. I'm like, tell him I'm not home, whoever it is. I'm trying to deal with this. He looks, he says, wait a minute, Pops, I think it's that woman, she's in a uniform, it might be the police chief. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. So I go to the door, I open it, I see Chief Stewart, she looks at me, I look at her, and we just both broke down and cried. And it was just her humanity. She was there out of love. She was there as a police chief, but it was out of love because her grandfather and dad were colleagues. They were comrades. They were football partners. So she had her own feelings that she brought to that. She had a list in her hand of all the things that they were willing to do with our permission. And she read that list, and I nearly fainted. I just could not believe it until I kind of gathered myself and realized, wait, they're not doing this for me. They're doing this for Dad. So I can handle this. But one thing I want to mention is, as you all viewed the body, Pops was in a spanking brand new police uniform, his get-up. We preserved the one that he had back from the 80s. Of course, it's, beat up and tattered. Chief Stewart was like, no. We're getting him a brand new one. And not only we get, And not only are we getting him a brand new uniform, we're getting him shoes, new shoes, socks, the hat, all of that is brand new. And I'll just end the story here because there's a lot more to it. She said that it would be her honor. Now, mind you, when she became chief and her badge was pinned on her uniform, she chose who she wanted to pin that badge. And she chose her mother, right? Enough said, her mom, Mama San. So her mother pinned her badge on her uniform. And she wanted, and she asked if she could take that badge and pin it on Dad. And she did it. When you see that badge, that's hers. And when she said she wanted to get us her badge, I had to gain some clarity. I said, okay, so is that for to bury him, or is that for us to keep? She's like, no, I want that to lay to rest with your father. That's who he is, that's who he was, and that's what he means to Evanston, to the police department, and to her as a chief, and her as a person. And that is what she did. So I just wanted to acknowledge, and there's so much more to that story. And that's just one example of the immense love that we have received as a family. Chief Stewart, thank you, thank you, thank you. So amid Dad's many accomplishments and his many firsts, the road was not easy. When he wanted to quit just a couple of years into the police department because of the racism that he was experiencing on the police department and in the Evanston community. He had some white officers on the police department targeting members in our family, my mother being one, myself being another, on the Evanston Police Department. These are some of the things that he was dealing with. And although Pops was already captain, he helped form the Black Police Officers Association, leading the tenacious fight against the City of Evanston and the Evanston Police Department for the discrimination against Black police officers and women in hiring, promotion, assignments, and discipline. They won their case in court, leading to the promotion of other Black officers and giving full status to female police officers as well, and including pay and assignments. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Don Walton, who's here with us here today, was part of this effort. So let's acknowledge who's here today. As chief dad promoted the first woman to sergeant. So it wasn't just about Black folks. He was being fair to everyone. The first person he fired was an African-American male. And that caught a lot of people's attention because they thought him being a Black man, he's going to give favor to Black men. And he put Black folks on alert by firing the first person he fired was a Black man because of his performance, not because of anything else. Dad wrote an article back in the early 70s talking about what W.E.B. Du Bois said was the dilemma of the double consciousness. He used the term, in that context, it's about being both Black and being a police officer. That's the dilemma. And in 1971, according to that article, I'm going to quote my father, he said, "The Black cop will probably continue to be involved in the double marginality of being both Black and a police officer, which reflects our society today, the Black race and discrimination." Dad would provide service as a police officer at the Evanston YMCA, but he would take his uniform off, go home, and yet he could not bring his family there because he was Black. So those are just some of the things that he had to deal with. And it is said that soul has the ability to transform adversity into beauty. Well, Dad had a whole lot of soul. A couple of quotes from Dad. Quote, "It is crucial that victims," talking about in law enforcement, "receive just treatment for their criminal victimization and suffering." Another quote, "The police-community relationships have a direct bearing on the character of life in our city and on the community's ability to maintain stability and solve its problems." Another quote, "Do cops spend too much time learning how to shoot a gun and not enough time how to deal effectively and fairly with people. Another quote, police-community relations ideally is an emphasis, it's an attitude, a way of viewing police responsibilities that ought to permeate throughout the entire organization. And the last quote I'll share, he says, cops are part of the thin blue line that each day preserves our civilization. So let me just talk a little bit about Dad, our father. My wife and I decided back in 2020, at the beginning of COVID, to move our family in to help take care of Dad. I discussed it with her. She said, it's time, let's do it. We have to do it, and we did. So the two of us, the three of our kids, the two dogs, we moved in with Dad, and into our childhood home, mind you. This was one of the toughest battles I've ever had to fight. Think about it. Dad was a man. He wasn't going for that. He was an old man. He was a military man, chief of police and everything else. He wasn't going for it. Well, long story short, we did it. And as complicated as it was, despite his total resistance and insistence that we were not moving in, I simply did for him what I saw him do for his father. And that was to do whatever he needed to do to take care of him. And all through COVID, Dad still worked out. Even when the Levy Center shut down because of COVID, Dad could be found walking back and forth on the side of the house. He was still taking care of himself. He worked out all the way until earlier this year. Even when he had his walker, Miss V would take him, they'd be walking across the street, up and down. Just like he saw his father do, Grandpa, when he was 94 years old. Who was Dad? Dad was sharp suits, nice cars, clean watches, and a nice green lawn. For over 50 years of my life, I never once saw Mom and Dad argue. I'm not trying to imply they didn't. We never saw that, if they did. Dad, as little kids, we'd sit back with the 8-track tapes in the basement listening to Richard Pryor tapes. Yeah, we were. That's Dad, too. Come on now. We're talking about Dad, not Chief Logan and all that, right? Dad is the one, when I wanted to quit college, Dad is the one who kept me going to get my degree. Dad included our family. I'll never forget this. When he was considering retiring from the police department, he sat the family down and shared that with us and asked our opinion. This is back in 1987. I remember when my family picked me up from school and college, I had a motor scooter. And we packed up the car, had nowhere else to put the scooter, everything was full. Pops had a brand new gray Jaguar, nice car back then. He was like, well, there's room in the back seat, let's put it there. So he was about nice cars, but he was very practical. Dad, we had a ritual every evening. We had family. We had dinner as a family every night, did we not? Every night. Cracking jokes that he had memorized. That was Dad, as Billy said. Transforming. Dad was one, I remember when I was in my backyard playing basketball, and Dad would see me putting in a disproportionate amount of time in the sports, and he's the one that told me, son, if you put half as much time into your studies as you do your sports, you would be a genius. I was in 6th grade. I brushed it off like, what in the world is he talking about? Who is he to tell me that? Lo and behold, when I was about to flunk out of college, that advice miraculously came and it played its part. When I had an issue with the local pizzeria, My friends and I were there, and because these black kids were causing problems and that type of thing, I went home and told Dad. He said, "What?" He was sitting back eating pretzels, watching Mutual of Omaha. He put on his shoes, put on his jacket. We went right to that place. We stood in line. Dad got up there, and he told them folks exactly what he thought, what he felt. He's like, "Don't you ever talk about these people when you see these kids." He said, "You got an issue, you come and talk to me." He didn't go there as police chief or police officer. He went there as our father. Our whole life, from Dr. Reynolds, Dr. Cheeks, Dr. Hill, Mr. King, Jim Lee, Dr. Cannon, Mr. Milam, and more, the plumber, the carpenter, the electrician, the banker, the attorney, the dentist, the insurance agent, were all black men. All black men. And Dad didn't promote that, he just did it. That's just the way it was. Dad taught us how to catch a ball, how to hold a baseball bat. When Cheryl was cheerleading, my brother and I were playing sports. Dad was at the game, picking up us in practice with Tony, dropping us off, our cousin Tony. Dad taught me how to tie a tie, how to cut the grass. Not telling me, he showed me. He was out there doing it, had me doing it, and then he did it to show me how to do it right. I remember he would get on his hands and knees to show me how to clean the bathroom for my chores. And I think I became pretty good at that. Dad was very consistent. He was very regimented. He ate the same meals at the same time every day, whether it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He slept at the same time. He got up at the same time. He worked out at the same time. He visited his father to the minute at the same time every day. And Dad's bowel movements were at the same time every day. Am I lying? We're talking about Dad, right? Can I talk about Dad? all right, I'll stop. But that is the truth. He was regular and consistent. As some of you all know, I changed my first name. My birth name was Gary Logan, became G-Lo, Quasi Logan, which my parents embraced and called me that, by the way. But I did not feel I had the right to change my last name. Why not? Because of my father and his father and what they created, and I felt that that was much bigger than me. The name Logan came from the Logan Plantation in South Carolina. It means valor of our ancestors, honor of our ancestors. Dad, he honored his ancestors. He was an honorable person. Rest well, Dad. You brought honor to all of us. You lived honorably, and we welcome you into the ancestral world. And until his last days, until the last day, Dad was the most grateful and appreciative person that I can ever think of. All the way down to the very last words I ever heard him say, uttered out of his mouth, what he could barely speak. And those two words were thank you. So lastly, I'll close out to say Dad's legacy. And that means different things to different people, depending on who you are. There's three themes that come to mind. For one, in this whole thing, I think about the importance of knowing our story. All those pictures you all saw or will see, there's a website, a chiefloganlegacy.com we developed for Dad. All the images you see there, all the articles, the obituary that you see, that's because of our mother. She was the archivist. Dad was doing the work. She took care of the family, but she was the archivist. She's the one that preserved all that. So when we moved in the house, we found that. So we just want to acknowledge her and uplift that. So hence, the importance of us knowing our story. I want to encourage each one of us to go back, learn our story, know who we are, know where we come from, so that we can be who we were born to be. The other part of that is honoring our elders and ancestors and honoring our youth and serving our youth. And that's what Dad was all about, serving youth, taking care of the elders. And I'll wrap it up by saying, I will put Dad's whole entire legacy in 7 words. The day he passed, that night I was sitting out front, and it was a full moon. It was a beautiful night. I was by myself, and I just had this meditation, and something came to me. And I felt his presence. I felt his message to me and what I was supposed to communicate to you all here today about his legacy. The first part of that, his legacy, says, be prepared. And as most of you all know, that comes from Dr. King's conversation with him, where he told my father, you must be prepared. When those opportunities come, what have you done to prepare yourself to meet them? So be prepared. Secondly, and lastly, is to serve God through serving humanity. Because we can pray, we can go to our faith institutions, and we can do all these things, but what are we doing for one another? How are we helping each other? How are we serving what we believe in? How are we cultivating our sense of community? To me, that was our Father, and that's what he told me that night to communicate. It's about serving. Dad, he had faith. You might not always see him in church, but he was a man full of faith. He lived that faith. How did you know it? By how he lived his life. So be prepared. Serve God through serving humanity. And Dad, now I understand that you were not just Chief Logan of the Evanston Police Department. You were the chief among our people and a chief for the Evanston community. Thank you all so much.
Real quick, I want to acknowledge our caregivers, Leslie Brown Robinson, who started it all off, Miss Vivine Noble, Miss Elsie Fowler, Michaela at Westminster McGaw, Jessica Hanson at Westminster McGaw, at Westminster and the McGaw staff, Christine and her mother, BJ, Sam. Is Dr. Kim in the audience? Dr. Steve Kim and Isabella, that was Dad's dentist with Confidential. I'm gonna acknowledge them. Heidi Ranhava, thank her for helping Dad. Becky Edwards, and his friends Sandy Silverman and Jeff Cadets. Thank you all. And Chief Stewart, thank you.
Thank you to the Logan family for sharing your thoughts and memories and your hearts with the Evanston community. At this time, we are prepared now to have a video medley on the life of Chief Logan.
William Harold Logan Jr.'s Sunrise began Friday, June 17, 1932 at Evanston's Community Hospital. Affectionately known as Bill, he was the first of 3 children born to the late William Harold Logan Sr. and late Rose Janet Powell Logan, both of his sisters, Diane Smith and Catherine Laverne Wright, preceding him in death.
Descending from the Logan slave plantation, Bill's father's family fled the racial terror of the South in the Great Migration to Evanston from Greenwood, South Carolina in the early 1900s. During this time, his mother's family descended from the white slave plantation in Missouri and came to Evanston via Muscatine, Iowa. Bill's family instilled in him self-discipline, decency, value for education, and the spirit of community that permeated throughout his life. Bill was raised in Evanston's historic 5th Ward. Growing up, his family was poor in resources, but wealthy in spirit. He worked while attending school and playing sports. He was employed setting pins at a bowling alley and making bumpers for buses at a factory, earning money to help his parents pay the bills. Living in poverty fed his work ethic and sense of appreciation. Living with racial segregation cultivated his strong Black identity. Living under racial oppression kindled the spirit of social justice within him.
As a youth, Bill was musically talented, captain of his football team, and recognized as a regular guy by his classmates. He graduated from Foster School and Haven School, where he was class president and president of the Glee Club. Bill went on to Evanston Township High School, ETHS class of 51, where he was a tenacious football player, standout on the basketball team, and outstanding baseball player. At ETHS, he was captain of the basketball team, the first Black football captain, first Black student athlete to receive the Meyerson Award for 4 years of excellence in football, first Black homeroom president, and first Black senior class vice president. After high school, Bill was invited by the Chicago Cubs to try out for the Major League Baseball team. Despite being the smallest man on the line, he also earned a football scholarship to Western Illinois University, where he majored in education. After a year and a half, Bill was drafted into the Army. Instead, he signed up for and was accepted into the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War. There he served 4 years as a staff sergeant and communications specialist with a top secret military clearance in Japan and Korea, receiving numerous awards, including the United Nations Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Korean Service Medal, Air Force Good Conduct Medal, and the Korean War Service Medal from Korea.
After being honorably discharged from the Air Force, Bill married Marcia Sissy Barksdale in 1957 at the age of 25. To this union was born William Billy H. Logan III, Cheryl Lynn Logan, and Gilo Quasi Cornell Gary Logan. That same year, Bill joined the Evanston Police Department as a police/fireman, serving there for 30 years. He won an award for the best shot with a .38 pistol in his rookie class, became the first Black male juvenile officer, and was assigned to every division of the department. Bill had the honor to be selected by the Evanston Police Department to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s police bodyguard on 2 occasions when he came to Evanston in the 1960s. This encounter inspired him to return to college and in 1976, at the age of 44, earned his BA degree in public administration from Northeastern Illinois University. To help fund his college education, no matter the weather, Bill served part-time for years as security watching parked cars in the parking lot of the world-famous Fanny's restaurant. He earned his degree while taking classes in the evenings, having a wife and 3 young children, and serving as captain in the police department. During his 30-year career at EPD, Bill almost always held a second job. Prior to Fanny's, he also worked security at the Evanston Public Library and co-owned B&J Grocery Store and Meat Market on the corner of Church Street and Dodge Avenue with friend John Ingram.
Bill advanced through all ranks in the department, from motorcycle policeman to becoming Evanston's first black lieutenant, captain, deputy chief, and ultimately chief of police. Although he was already captain, he helped form the Black Police Officers Association, leading to the tenacious fight against the City of Evanston and Police Department for discrimination against black police officers and women in hiring, promotion, assignments, and discipline. They won their case in court, leading to the promotion of other black officers and giving full status to female police officers, including pay and assignments. As chief, he promoted the first female officer to the rank of sergeant. Bill was the catalyst for a citywide intergovernmental interagency agreement to galvanize city government, schools, and youth serving agencies to work together to assist at-risk youth and families. He started the first foot patrols and gang crimes unit. Bill was the early proponent of many innovative programs, including community policing, outpost substations, youth back controls, and police citizen research advisory committee.
Bill's approach to policing was innovative and dynamic. More than just incarcerating criminals, he fervently believed it is crucial that victims receive just treatment for their criminal victimization and suffering. He did not just bust up gangs, he met with gang members to hear their needs and concerns and work with them to get them back in school and legally employed. Bill was the first police officer to serve on the State of Illinois Human Relations Commission and was instrumental in establishing human relations courses in Illinois. When he became Chief Logan, Bill walked the Main Street, Dempster Street, Central Street, and downtown Evanston business districts, introducing himself to business owners, hearing their concerns, lending his support, and building trust relationships with them. As a police officer, neighbor, and family man, it was not unusual for Bill to receive a phone call in the middle of the night from someone needing help with something and helping them. He was a restorative practitioner before the term restorative justice existed.
Under Bill's leadership, EPD was one of the first police departments in Illinois to have an officer-friendly program and police school liaison officers unit. As Captain Logan, he was given the assignment to develop a youth outreach program in the department's Victim Witness Bureau. The program became a state and national model. As Chief Logan, Bill negotiated with Northwestern University to give their safety/security department full police power for them to develop their own police department. 4 months into his tenure as chief of police, serial killer Alton Coleman and accomplice Deborah Brown, who were on the FBI's 10 most wanted list for their killing spree across 6 states, were caught in Evanston's Mason Park without incident. Bill received the department's highest accommodation award for valor for outstanding performance above and beyond the call of duty by placing his life in jeopardy in a successful effort to disarm a felon and free a hostage. He is a 1972 graduate of the FBI National Academy in Washington, D.C. As a thought leader in law enforcement, Bill published over a dozen publications. As an instructor, he received recognition for numerous hours and subjects he taught in several police academies in Cook County. As a consultant, Bill participated in the selection of chiefs of police and other high-ranking police positions in over 70 cities throughout the U.S. and Caribbean.
After retiring from the Evanston Police Department in 1987 at the age of 55, Bill became Director of Safety at Evanston Township High School. He served in this capacity for 19 years before retiring in 2006. During his tenure, he introduced new initiatives, including implementing a motor patrol for safety staff, crossing guards, a telephone hotline, and certifying safety staff in CPR, first aid, and defibrillator use. He was the lead person in developing a school crisis plan and coordinating school drills with police, fire, and hospitals, and played a major role in developing and implementing the 500 camera system.
Bill had a long history of serving his people, his community, and his country. 79 years ago at Haven School, he was the first Black student to win the High Point Activity Award for Outstanding Service. 66 years ago, in 1958, at 26, in his first year with EPD, he co-founded the Chessmen Club of the North Shore. 56 years ago, in 1968, at 36, as an EPD lieutenant, he co-founded FAM, the Fellowship of African American Men Youth Basketball and Cheerleading Program, where he coached both of his sons to championships on the Sonics. 48 years ago, in 1976, at 44, as an EPD captain, Bill was a founding and life member of NOBLE, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, with over 4,000 members. In 2001, on their 25th year anniversary, he was honored by President George Bush as a founding member of NOBLE. In 2003, Bill received the Distinguished Alumni Award from ETHS.
During his tenure, Bill served on numerous boards and committees, including but not limited to Evanston Community Development Corporation, ECDC, Evanston Community Foundation, Evanston Human Relations Board, Evanston Historical Society, Evanston McGaw YMCA, Evanston Mental Health Society, City of Evanston Parks and Recreation, NAACP, Evanston Chapter, Rotary Club of Evanston, Hospice Board of the Midwest, Levy Center Foundation, and the St. Francis Hospital Adult and Child Guidance Department.
Bill's accomplishments and legacy would have not been the same without the unconditional love and devotion of his dear wife, Sissy. She was an essential ingredient in his success as a family man, entrepreneur, law enforcement officer, and community servant and leader. Sissy is the one who had the vision and took the initiative to collect and archive the family legacy, including all of Bill's accomplishments. Without her leadership, creativity, and unyielding support, there would have not been a Chief Logan as we know and honor him today.
Bill knew how to chill. Back in the day, he could be found chilling in his backyard, barbecuing and listening to his music, washing his car, vacationing with his family, on cruises with his wife, working out at the YMCA, and going to Bears games. As he aged, he could be seen working out at the Levy Center, watching sports on TV, telling stories, being with his family, remembering where he came from, and reminiscing on his beautiful wife of 52 years.
Bill's life and legacy, his civic and community work, and the key ingredient to his success in law enforcement are encapsulated in the African ethic of Ubuntu, the values and practices that people of Africa or of African origin view as making people authentic human beings. A person full of care, community, respect, responsiveness, restoration, empathy, and interdependence displayed towards one another. True to the definition, Bill was and is part of a larger and more significant relational, communal, societal, environmental, and spiritual world. He lived by the Ubuntu notion that humanity is a quality we owe to each other.
The ethic of Ubuntu was inspired in Bill at a young age. It was cultivated in his upbringing in Evanston's racially segregated, economically impoverished, culturally rich, and relevant 5th Ward Black community. This communal impact is a reflection of Ubuntu adage, I am because we are, and because we are, therefore I am.
Bill was a man full of faith. His life exemplified the quote, hands that serve are holier than lips that pray. Service to his family, his community, and to his country was infused within him from the family, culture, and community he came from. He gave his life serving God through serving humanity.
Bill's life work was his worship. More than living by faith, he lived his faith. A quote he learned from his father that resonated like a dramatic plea every time he recited it reflects this truth. It passionately states, there is a destiny which makes us brothers and sisters. None goes their way alone. What we give into the lives of others comes back into our own. Bill firmly believed he received so much in life by giving so much to others. More than just bringing value and meaning to his life and the lives of others, this love was his greatest wealth. Throughout his golden years until his last day on earth, Bill was a humble and eternally grateful man.
The ethic of Ubuntu holds that a person is beautiful when they become who and what they were born to be. Bill Logan was not a perfect man. Bill Logan was a beautiful soul.
We are grateful for all of the work and effort that went into that presentation, sharing with us about the story and the life of Chief Bill. Now, I am, amen. Let us have a round of applause for those wonderful voices. You know, I'm here to do the impossible because everything that could possibly be said about Chief Bill Logan has been said in the most beautiful and wonderful way by folks who are much more familiar with him than I am. This role is not an easy one as a preacher invited to offer the eulogy or the word of praise after so many wonderful people have elocuted in a marvelous way the life of Chief Bill Logan. But I'm going to go ahead and speak for a very, very brief period of time, and then we will be prepared to go down from here. Because I am a preacher and there are some clergy present, I want to take just a very short text, the Logan family from the Old Testament. It's found in 1 Samuel chapter 9. And it reads just very, very briefly, he had a son, a most handsome young man. There was none finer. He literally stood head and shoulders above the crowd. Let me share from this topic for the next 6 or 7 minutes. Yes, indeed. Not many Baptist pastors can do that. From the subject, he stood above. Those who knew Chief Logan are also aware that he was not tall through physical stature. When I met him 9 years ago after I arrived in Evanston and joined the Rotary Club, I was taken by the fact that he was not tall or large. One can never judge a book by its cover. In addition, he was very quiet, and when he did talk, he was soft-spoken. Too often, my friends, we judge character in all the wrong ways. Those who talk the most are often the ones who say the least. We have a saying in my tradition about those folks talking loud and saying nothing. Yet Chief Logan's quiet disposition had a way of hiding the power of his personality, the depth of his intelligence, the expertise of his occupation, and the resolve of his determination. He may not have brought on the oratorical elocution of a Pericles in ancient Athens, who could so electrify Athenians until they sent their sons and brothers into battle, knowing that they would not return. He may not have astounded a nation with the beautiful brevity of Abraham Lincoln, who spoke on a battlefield where thousands lay dead, by saying these words, "This nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth." Chief Logan may not have elicited oohs and ahs through catchphrases and well-timed cliches, no matter how impactful. Each one reach one. Just say no. Yes, we can. That's the way it is. I'll be back. I believe the way Chief Logan lived his life, the way he raised his family from what we have seen today, the way he interacted with others, the way he did his job, the commitment he exhibited towards all that is just and right and equal, all of these combined are as important as any catchphrase, any speech, any concert, any international event. And he did it not just for a few years, not just for a couple of decades, but as you all shared, he did it for 9 decades. William Logan was determined to give his best shot. And surely he lived by the words of the familiar song, a song that is so important for all of us. If I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that is traveling wrong, then my living will not be in vain. When it came to athletic prowess, Chief Logan stood above as a football, basketball, and baseball standout right here at Evanston Township High School. He was so incredibly talented that he was invited to tryouts with the 2016 World Series champion Chicago Cubs. Amen. When it came to devotion and dedication to his country, Chief Logan stood above as a staff sergeant and communications specialist in the United States Air Force with top secret military clearance in Korea and Japan. You all, this means that he knew stuff that no ordinary brothers and sisters want to know. When it came to the power and love of family, Chief Logan stood out as a loving husband to Sissy and a father to Billy, Cheryl, and Gilo. Later, his excellence as a family man grew as an uncle, a granddad, a blessed griot of this village called Evanston. My goodness. From Evanston, Mount Prospect, Buffalo Grove, and Chicago to Washington, D.C. and California, from Texas to Florida, you all have gathered to pay tribute to the legacy. Chief Logan was the patriarchal guru and shining example to this magnificent village for us all. The same year that he was married, before I was born now, and I am no spring chicken, Lord have mercy, he joined the Evanston Police Department in that same year. So when it came to his career in law enforcement, he stood above as the best marksman, the first black male juvenile officer, and as we all know now, a private police bodyguard to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Amen. Chief Logan's accomplishments throughout his career are so numerous, so prolific, and so outstanding until we cannot wait, family, seriously, for a documentary on his life to be filmed and shared with the world. When it came to being one of the hardest working brothers on the planet, he stood above as an officer, a grocery store owner, a security specialist, a human relations specialist, an advisor to youth specialists, a race relations specialist, and a longtime watchman on the wall right here at Church and Dodge. No one did more. No one accomplished more. No one succeeded more than what he did. What we all ought to love about the chief is that he taught us how to live, how to give, how to retire at the tender age of 55. But when it came to retirement, he stood above by showing us that aging is not dying. Aging is not giving up. Aging is not letting go. For 19 years after his retirement, the chief ensured that our best and most precious assets in this community, our children, would be safe and secure right here at ETHS. As I mentioned, I met him 9 years ago this summer. I joined the Thursday Rotary Club, and there he was. He welcomed me with such kindness into the city in which he had poured his entire life. And from that moment until now, it was evident to me that Chief William Harold Logan Jr. put the extra in extraordinary, the marvel in marvelous. It occurs to me in this moment that we are, all of us, standing on fertile soil that has been sown with the labor of Chief Logan, that includes his blood, sweat, and tears. He looked at wrongs and said, we can make them right. He saw injustices, and he coined the phrase of the prophet, we can demand that justice rolls down like rivers and righteousness as an ever-flowing stream. He looked at inequality and said, I will help to tear down these walls. He looked at scarcity and said, let's build and found and grow the Chessmen's Club, FAM, and so much more. He looked at suffering and said, comfort ye my people. He was born in the community hospital for Negroes right here in Evanston and rose to become the chief of police responsible for protecting the hospitals that would not admit him when he was born. Just a few weeks ago, the Divine One saw a 92-year-old who had given as much of himself as any 92-year-old has ever lived. And God sent for the chief and told the angel to whisper in his ear, well done. And in that moment, Chief Bill Logan found himself somewhere, G-Lo, on the other side of eternity, the gate to the city open wide, and the welcome crowd there. Sissy saying, welcome home, honey. Mayor Morton, Hecky, Alderman Jourdain, Joseph Hill saying, welcome home, Chief. And Dr. King saying, thanks for having my back. That, my friends, is what happens when you stand above. Won't you stand with me now and offer a thanks through your standing and ovation for a life well lived. Now, as we prepare for a close, I have some instructions that I would like to give. The choir is going to sing us out, but just before that, I want you all to know that as we prepare for the recessional, we're going to ask if Brother Gillette and his crew would come forward at this time, and others. The family, we're going to ask to be allowed the first to recess. They will get in their cars and drive by the home of Chief Logan. Others who will be in the recessional, we're going to ask if you would line up on Dodge in front of the school. You should have a funeral sticker on your car already. If you don't, make sure you have one of those. And we will be heading toward Lake Street, moving out on Dodge. You will be directed by the Evanston Police Department. There will be an internment, a short internment at the cemetery. And so at this time, with that in mind, we're going to ask Mr. Gillette and the House of Thompson to come forward. We're going to ask the family to be the first allowed to recess. And if you are going to the cemetery, if you're going to recess, you want to make your way to your cars after the family has left as well. Thank you so much.
I want to acknowledge Isabella with Confidential and Joe, my buddy Joe. Hello, Heidi. I want to acknowledge Heidi Randhaber for her work with Dad.
Hello? The Logan family would like to invite you following the internment to come back here to the high school for a reception. After the internment, please come here for a reception with the family. Thank you.